Well, hello there. Hey, Pluck. Hey, Blackout. How are you guys doing? How's the weekend treating you? Things fired up here and figure out what I'm doing today. Probably all these to-dos. We need to finish this up and we probably need to get the character manager. Oh, hey, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. Um, we need to get the character manager tied into the event system to handle events, right? So that we can start passing them into the characters as appropriate from the game manager and the game loop. Once we get all that in place, we'll probably merge this into a separate branch for. We're going to have to build some kind of like an admin tool. And I don't really know how I want to do that yet either. Like, we'll add some testing, but testing is testing, right? Um, and I would like to be able to interact with the game as it's running from that admin portal. Oh my gosh, that's a 6 months. Does that mean you subscribe for 6 months? You absolute legend. I don't even know. I don't even know how that works. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. That's insane. Um but yeah, that's kind of like the loosey goosey plan. I'm a cheapskate looking for a deal 50% off. Hey, there's nothing at all wrong with that. Anything that anybody gives to support this endeavor, I am very thankful for. Um, and it helps to bring closer to bring me and this endeavor closer to a world where I can just do this full time and like just stream all day and just make stuff. Right, that would be super rad. So I'm always whatever people can do within their means. I'm always super grateful for. Okay. And maybe we'll do like they actually just did a deal where I can start. Are you just sharing the whole screen or only the editor window? It's half of my ultra wide. But they recently gave us the ability to run like our own discount sub periods. So maybe when we get to some larger number of people, we'll run those and try to do like some kind of an event or something. Okay. So let's look at character manager. This will need to have eventually game map. This will need to implement the event handler interface and register itself with the game manager and be part of this so that it can join in the run action queue process here. But because these are really only used in tests. I think we're okay to just pull them internal first and foremost. Then just refactor. The character with number of stacks provided in count. And this one, we need to go into alive for you. Handle apply effect. Does this one default to? Does not. But it should. Actually, let's do less than one because negatives don't make any sense here. And then stacks with self, count is modifier count. We already clamped that to 1. This should be... Ah, right. If it stacks with itself, we apply the modifier count. Otherwise, we set it to 1. That's probably the correct logic still. I think that's the least surprising behavior, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Write it in count. If count is less than 1, it will default to 1. If the effect does not stack with itself, count will be set to 1. Okay. I could type. This would be easier. There we go. Removes all stacks. That's still true. And that's still true. Those two are done. Decrement we do need to update. Use a stack count of the named status effect, and we don't have a count here yet. Now is the time. By count would be less than or equal to 0. The modifier will automatically be removed. If the count is less than 1, which actually we need to make sure is accurate still. Make that less than 1. Count is less than 1. It will be set to 1. Is there any other... Don't think we need to worry about anything else in this one. That's done. This is actually something we need to do here as well. We'll just chuck that in there so we don't forget. That's still valid. Okay. This should be what you do, though. Okay. Let's do a commit for that. Actually, let's run our test first. That would be a good idea. Ah, yes, that's right. We did do that. And these, because it always assumed it was 1 before, we should add a test for multiple removals. But these will be 1. What else am I missing right here? Anything else? I don't think so for this one. Okay. Let's run the full set. With race to see if we can get that other one to pop up as we go along here. All is well there. Well, the effectifying let's pull the status effect. Modifying functions back inside in prep for making character manager help us with them. Okay. Now push that off just a little bit. I think now is the time to get this implemented. Let's add our test first, though. I almost got sidetracked there. We should be testing this in the state, not state, status package. And this will be, so you are, decrement status effect. No count provided was added. Multiple stack removal. So if we add, let's say 4 of you, we remove 2. Hey Jazz, how's it going? How's the weekend treating you? And then let's see here. This should equal 2. The list should still have, wait, hang on. The list should still be 1. Ah, we're checking, right, okay. Why did we do that twice? This is the one that should be 2. Very well, what about me? I'm doing all right. Working on, you know, my great big project. Wasn't quite as productive this morning as I hoped to be, but you know, it happens. Hopefully be more so after. Trying to finish up another tutorial video. If it's not equal, like this seems redundant. Why did I do that? Because I check here if it's less than 1 and we fail. Right after we say, hey, you're not the expected length. Just going to attribute that to silliness, delete them, and move on. That's what we're going to do. There we go. That is good. Should we... Actually, hang on. Before I do that, we need to do apply as well. Do we still have applied damage? We have, yeah. These are just test modifiable. It's for our apply status effect when it has damage, so we do need that still. Which is interesting. Apply status effect. Currently only used here. Oh, it's in do tick. Right. Okay. Duh. Apply. Puts it on. This is only for a damage effect. This needs to be guarded, I think, because we mushed all these effects used to be split up, but we didn't really gain anything from that. If it's not 0, we do that. Otherwise, there's no point. And this is in Runminder. So we just do tick on you. Why didn't I put this all into 1? Why doesn't a tick decrement it? Do tick. This checks the time to make sure that it's supposed to... Oh, it's because tick and a duration are independent of one another. Thanks, appreciate it. Because if you say like, hey, you're gonna tick a damage every second, but this thing lasts 5 seconds and it stacks, we want to be able to do that. But this also doesn't account for, nor do we have UI support for whether or not stacks increase the tick. Or like if it ticks per stack. I'll have to think about that. Just add it to my list here. No support for our UI around whether or not stacks of a ticking status effect all tick or just once per effect. We should probably add it. I'll pull you up because you're a little bit more relevant than any of that, I think. There we go. But for now, that's fine. We need to do a test here. Not add, but apply. Apply status effect. Do we not just have a vanilla? So we should probably do that. Get applied status effects. Should be 1, but have that. The value to modify, we should have. We're resetting these up in these tests. Modifier target, we were just making it, okay, new test modifiable, we can use that still. And then this will return a thing we can use. And then that passes, but yeah, we need to check this. So here, we just checked that a modifier gets applied. The other one checks for when we don't have a value to modify, which is valid for if you're doing like just a dot. Like we don't care if it's if we're modifying anything, right? But oh, is it because we? That's for stacking. Get applied status effect. Our applied list should be. We applied this one twice. Our applied list should only be 1, but our stack count should be 2. So we need to pull this test code up. This is get applied status effects. This is applied, just name different. That's fine. Oop. This should only be 1. And the modifier's effect. This should be up here. Then we'll reflect on you. You should be this effect. So we check that. Stack count should be 1. So that should all be good. Okay, and it still is. Now we can do the same thing. No count. That should be 0, and this should result in the same output because it gets defaulted to 1. Oops, clicked on debug. Just cancel that. Don't need to debug this. And we're still good. Okay. And then let's also do, okay, perfect. Everything's still passing. Just apply damage tick. We need to do this. No. No damage specified. And then that code should actually still be good because it -0. So that's fine. If we were to do this though, take out this check, I think it would still work. It's just, yeah. It's just we don't need to go through all that. The damage is 0. We should also test negative damage, which would be like more of a hot, but you know. That could be a valid effect. And that's good too. Okay. Let's run you. Let's run the full set. I don't think anything else should be broken, but that's why we have tests, so that we know. And all of that is good. Let's do a commit. Where am I typing? Not here, that's for sure. This will be skip doing all the calc work if the effect does not do damage. All the calc work in do tick if the effect does not do damage. Expand testing for the new default to 1 behavior. Add missing tests for edge cases. Like so. Okay. Let's leave that open because we're going to need to go. We might need to refer to it just for ease. But primarily, right now, get command handlers. I think we can fix that without doing like some kind of reflection. I would like to not do that, even though it's only on startup where this should be running. Actually, we should be able to re-query them at any time, right? So maybe we don't want to do that. Character manager needs to become a event handler, command handler. So that's gonna be the next thing we do. But I tell you what, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. There we go. Beverage acquired for when this one gives up the ghost. Extra windows open. Feeling good. Hopefully the wind doesn't kick back up. So you character list. Let's pull character list out just because this file is going to get bigger. And actually, you need character, so yeah, we can't do a package without creating more of a mess. But we can certainly pull you out here. And pull your methods out. And then we could pull out the notion of the skill and the attribute, which is the character manager's understanding of a skill and an attribute that we build from the configuration manager's understanding, which is the file, right? These mostly just implement the interfaces required. Why are they required? Because the interface is modifiable, which is in status, which makes sense. So we'll do character skill, which means that you can come out here like so, and your methods can come out with you. Why is everything angry at me? Ah, because I accidentally killed an extra curly brace. And then let's also do character attribute. Character. Your little methods as well. Did Twitch fall over again? Oh my gosh. Why you do this, Twitch? Don't see a ton of drop frames. Disconnect protection is turned on, which is supposed to stop this or help with this. It's really annoying. Well, maybe I'll try to play with my settings after stream and see if we can't figure out if there's anything else I can do, because some days it's perfect, other days it falls over like 3 times and it's really annoying. But for now, we push on. And there's a new fly bothering me today. Teach me to open the door for 3 seconds. All right, we get those pulled out. That stays. All of this is off of the manager. They have to stay. These can stay for now. They're going to get cleaned up anyway. Roller interface stays here. Config stays here. Yeah. It's about as good as we're going to get with that. Let's make sure we run the tests and that everything is still happy. Should be. We haven't done anything really, just organizational wise. But, you know. Yeah, it's all fine. Pull out skills, attributes, and character list. Their own files for visual organization. Push that up. Now, to be a command handler, all these put you down here. I suppose doesn't really matter. We need actually if we implement interface and handler, you are M because that's what we've been calling you. Nope, I lied. You are CM. We'll go ahead and scaffold that for us, and we'll put you down here like we were going to. Get handlers. So this needs to return the list. And command types over here. Say and look. And this is just the list of actions we know how to do. Okay. And in map, I think we just plonked you on in here. Because you only handle one thing currently. Yeah, okay. But think what I want to do is just have a var for this. Um, Apply effect, decrement effect. I wonder if I can use this in my state machine, because this is a third package outside. So instead of defining everything here, we could use them. That would probably be the smart move. We'll do that in a refactor, but for now, I do need to apply damage as well. We need all of them. We can borrow these. And we'll circle back to delete the duplicate code. Now, does this make sense to put this here or no? This is for command types. This should go in a different place, because these aren't necessarily commands. A command may result in them happening, but let's not muddy this, which is only the commands you can type into things. Let's not muddy this with other stuff. Command types action. So instead of doing that, we need something else. Hey, Hydroxer, how's it going? Doing all right. Just making my way through the, trying to figure out how I want to do some stuff. This shouldn't really be a command handler. This is an event handler. This should be handle event. We map you to the command type. I think game events. That would make a degree of sense. And then here you are. Was just playing CS2 and got bored. Nice, nice. Classic. Yeah, we've even said that your type is an event type. We're going to copy this for now, and we'll go back. We'll circle back and clean that up still. But let's run it off of this. And then we also need a couple more things, right? We need a move and a look. Let's just do that. if we're gonna do this in a package, well, I just did it again. Oh my gosh! If this is a package, then it probably needs to be exported, so everybody can use these. And then in our game manager, we're going to refactor this to be an event type, which you also need to be that map needs to return and then game events dot move event. This we need to fix. Like so. This needs to be event type. Apply damage, apply effect. List here. We can do a skill check. Get skill. Get attribute. Trying to make a Discord bot in Python. It will have like reaction roles, moderation, logging, general server utilities like welcome messages, server booster, webhooks, and a bunch of stuff. Cool. Get skill. Apply effect. Remove effect. Decrement effect. We're not set up for look yet, but for now, that's what we got. Do we have a... Don't have a message broker name just yet. That's fine. In fact, this we don't need to store this. This will be... Oops. Game map real quick. How did I... Fine. Do that. What are you mad about now? Oh, handle actions. Command type. Because you are now event type. This is just action. Action list. So now game events event type. That. This should be add event. This should be event handlers. Just be consistent. Event type, And handler. And listen for events. This needs to be event type. Ooh, execution type has a bearing on this. That's annoying. We might have to do this. Might have to implement this interface. Think here. Because when we build these, we do this in the command parser. We would then have to have a mapping between these two. Does that make sense, or is that unnecessary complication? Parse the move command, parse the look command. But this only returns a command type. So there's no reason we couldn't switch this to creating events, right? That would end up with everything being in here, though, which is just a big ball of mud in another file, as opposed to the last file. Here we've just made a map or a table of the command type to the execution type. There's no interface around this, but it looks like it's set up for one. And maybe that's where I was going. What does that look like if we have two? Because a move event could come from a command or not. If we tell you, hey, in the process of building this command or parsing the command, you build a move event instead of a command. Is there any value in that? I think there probably is. Because things like log out, exit, say will be an event too. Um, so in Game Manager, execution type, and then down here, we do this. It would have to be, if we're going to interface this, on info, action queue. Let's call you event queue. We have an event handler. Let's actually put you above here. Say it's your interface. Command type would need to be and this would be we'd need to basically pull this over, this rather. We'd have to pull this over. We wouldn't have client action here. Do we want to have this map? Or do we let something else decide if a thing is synchronous or not? For instance, this. I should put this below this if I'm going to do this. I feel like this is the correct track for this because they're more events than commands. I don't know where that leaves this. Maybe we'll just push on with this. We'll leave the interface for now, and we can switch it if we need to. we would need basically all of this except for this would be event type. This would be an event. We would need this struct, but she would be let's just do that. This becomes event type. That's still that. That's event. That's that. That. This is that. Wrong. That. That. This should be that. If we do this, my Twitch bitrate says it's dropped. I'm not showing drop frames. Maybe part of my problem is restream. I wonder. Would you like to fix yourself? Maybe? Maybe not. Okay. Well, we'll push on. So this. Either we have to maintain a table here, or everything has to know whether or not it's queuing up synchronous or async, or creating a synchronous or async event. And I'm trying to think if there's any real meaningful use case where that might be good. And I'm kind of drawing a blank. And also here we should do I guess what we need to do is is do that for this one. Normally, you don't necessarily need to do that. You just do a +1 so that it automatically becomes invalid. But I've done that to the wrong place. Event type can be that way still. This one. This is the one. Let's just call you default, actually. Make you iota. That makes you 0. If you're default, I guess we would need to know what the default is. I guess we can set it here. I guess it can be synchronous. And then if we bring you over, you're not that anymore, though. That. This should be below that, though. We don't have those. We don't have say right now either. Or look. I lied. We do have look. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna cheat. Skill check. I don't think these need to be sync. They should be able to happen anytime. Applying and removing and decrementing should be. Move should be. Looking should be async. This can be just type. That. If we leave everything here for now the way it is, then both things should still work, and then we can kind of clean things up a little bit. So an event needs a, this will just be type. Events execution type. No, sorry. Returns. That. Returns an interface. We'd have to do an interface here if we want these to work exactly as they are. Or this could use the game events execution type, which is probably the correct answer. So let's get rid of that. Client action. I guess we can switch client action to logout and exit should be async. So we already do things around them to make sure that it's a good idea for them to be logged out. We do that. Those go away. Synchronous action. This is not event type. Execution type. Your async. Your async. You're async, and so are you. That like so for now. And events correctly returns an interface there. Okay, perfect. So now if you are instead, what did we call you? An event. This is your async. You do that. Async, we do this. Add event. Needs to take the event interface. Action list needs to take event interface. Data goes into there. You need to take an event. This needs to be a handle event. This is just type. This is handle event. Type needs to return an event type. If we do that, it breaks this. And if this all becomes event types, then it becomes harder to justify the existence of this at all. When in this case, we could do just a whole lot of see, we just return and then result. Return a result from here, which is a command type action. I think these just become like, I don't want it to be a ball of mud, but it doesn't make any sense to have these split up like this. These should just generate game events. So let's put these in here. Let's call you character logout, character exit, character say. Let's do why are you doing that? Oh, right, because you're folded. Okay. And logout and exit might get folded into one another too. That's fine. If they do, we'll leave them for now. And if we're going to do this, which we are, in fact, we're just going to delete this. This is going to return an event type. I don't know if there's any value in character or client action there. We'll leave it out for now. This is going to be broken. And, ooh, actually, where was the testing for this at? I don't think it was in events folder, was it? The commands? It was up in command parser. Yeah. Okay. We can refactor this too. That's fine. I'm okay with that. That goes away. And if we're going to do that, this shouldn't even bother with an interface. Unnecessary complication for this case. Okay, this is going to be chunky, but that's fine. Most of this is, well, actually, this is going to stay. Game map create move command. Yeah, okay. So we won't need these if that be the case. Can we get away with just type? I think we can. Since everything gets exported here, we can just do that. That's all fine and dandy. Let's also do... Just thinking about if we should log this as a warning or not. I think we probably should. Invalid, or rather, no execution type figured for event type this using default. Event type kind of annoying to create a logger there, but because I would assume there's going to be a performance hit there if we keep creating them and just for one use, right? But for now, this is going to return not game app, an event. It's that. This is new event now. Look event. Command is nil for now. To do stays in place. What we can do is this. That. Replace all. That won't exist. You can delete that. And then new action gets replaced with new event, like so. And then this gets replaced with that. Then we just have to tidy up things like this. Becomes move event. This is event type. This is character exit. This is character logout. We don't have a say yet. We do. We have character say. Just not in here. We need... I thought we did this. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Okay, all of that. That fixes that. Our tests are still going to be very broken, but that's fine. This will be a game event instead. We'll just have to adjustify. But I'm going to use the restroom quick. I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. We'll do the same thing here. That's only used in one place. New action will get replaced with new event. This will be game event. We have a bunch of command types. .move. Place them with move event. That all still stays. .say becomes character say. And then these two we can just do that. Perfect. We have to go fix up the game manager now because we killed the interface since it was not needed. So game events. Game events. That. Event type and execution type. Oh. Silly. That. That. Oh, here we go. Okay. So. All of that. So our test should still pass. We haven't changed any behaviors. We've just changed the underlying types and all that good jazz. Whoop. Nope. Character manager. Command types, because you don't need that anymore. See here, we got client handler also has. Oh yeah. Client handler has some things. This becomes events. And some of this is going to change because we're going to be rerunning it through the event system. That goes away. Are you not able to? Yes, import please. Because I typoed. But fortunately, it won't matter. Release those. That. This becomes oh, this is look event, not character look. We don't need this to be here. They can get in with the async actions because they're async. Meaning that'll go away. So less code. That's nice. Switch. Async case statements. Ah. That needs to go there. There we go. And this will change, but let's figure out how to wire this in, or maybe it just stays there. Maybe that's fine. But to re-examine that architecture at a later date. Now let's try this again. Shared command types, game manager test. Makes sense. You go away. This is new events, new event. Move event. Anything else? Seems good. If I'm not mistaken, so we haven't client manager, character manager rather, hasn't yet registered itself. I just closed game manager. I shouldn't have. So everything should still work in the same way that it has been. For now. If we launch the server, and then run the client, and then type the password correctly. Still looks at me. Moving not working. Because map hasn't been updated yet. Game map. This needs to, no, it handles move events. See here. Synchronous action. Dispatch message. on the broadcast. Turn that. So that should be working. Add event. Typo there at some point. We should have seen handling or it's in here, I bet. Move command. Because this doesn't yet. No, that shouldn't be either. See here. Started the server. The character request returning. Listening to character notifications. Nothing was logged. Okay. Type. Should have logged the error if there was one here in async and in run action queue. We should have logged the error there. So there, if it was an error, it should have been errored. The async to look event, we do that. Because this we do our command parsing. We should see run this again. I don't see anything logging. Nothing at all. Move event is synchronous. So it should dispatch that. Then the game manager should grab it. It's synchronous. It should add event. Almost like it's not adding. Log you out. You're running. Game event.event. Ah. That. I believe. Data interface. Whoops. Yeah, I know you're not done. You. Oh dear. Sending so many. Why is it sending so many? Why would that be? Dispatch. Because we don't clear events anymore. We used to. Right. I remember that now. We fixed our race with that race condition. Right here. Actions is an event queue. Action list. That. And actually, we should do this in a defer. So no matter how we end up exiting here, we replace it and then unlock. Run you. Okay. I wonder if that triggers it to think there's a race again. Shouldn't, but at least I don't think it should. Seems okay. Do this as a great big ol' commit. Rework commands. File into a more generic game events package. So I should call the first one commands package. More generic game events package. The command parser should generate game events instead of specific command actions. I think. I hope. Okay. We do that. Life becomes happy. Make sure everything's still running after how janky things were earlier today. I think we're okay. Um, Now let's get client handler, not client handler, character manager talking to things. Handle actions is in as of our get handlers. Game manager, come over here for me. I don't think we need those right now. So, get command handlers. What I should do. Don't think I can do. Vet handlers. I can do this here. What used to call you just up here. Okay, that's fine. So what we can do is make you take event handler. And then this is h.get handlers. And we log fatal that if we have something try to double register, which is probably correct. So up here then, we can get command handlers. From Figmap. Care manager. You need to return handled actions. And then how do we do this in map? We took an interface. We do want to call you CMD still. Then this becomes the same code block basically. And we just need to fill in the blanks here. Didn't copy all that. That's fine. And then for our deals, we just need to figure out what we handle. So it's going to be in character because it'll be very much the same as this. And that will tie into our stuff over here. I almost want to map these. Well, I guess I wouldn't really. did this. Should just do this. I should do that. I should do this, like so. Because I can't just use this as a fuck. Right. So there's not really a clean and tidy way to do this. We'd have to interface it, and it would just be ugly. It doesn't really gain us anything to do that. We can just put you into the handle event. These are our handlers. I did that wrong. That's what it should be. Also, character apply damage should also get pulled internally. Like so. Oh, that's gonna break. It's gonna break the interface. You need to be a damageable. So we need to do that. And then I've broken this with the where's my interface definition? Here. That has to stay. Otherwise, we're going to run into troubles. Maybe it won't be a problem. I'm just thinking about, like, you know, accidentally calling it from another place. Like right here, we need to call this in the moment because we're in the process of applying our dots, right? But normally damage should be applied through an event. And if we were to fire it off in here, then it would be synchronously applied. Which we don't want, because if we're in here, we're managing ourselves. Maybe it won't be a problem. Maybe we'll just go with it. This. How do we do you? We made this an interface. Which is still correct, I think. Or not interface, but a struct. Because we need to provide this data. The command that comes in is just an interface. So if we look at a character, high damage, we need a couple different types of command that can come into this. Are we setting ourselves up for some kind of failure here? With like circular imports? Don't think so. For game map, we gave ourselves a helper. Thought. I'm not in game map. Yeah, create move command. This should actually be move event. Just for clarity. The problem would be return statement at the end of the function. I need to tie these to command is the interface. So when something creates this, hey manager, when we handle you, handle type, event handler. I don't tell you But function, I'd keep that internal. Fly just bonked me in the face. So I'm just trying to avoid circular import headaches. But I think that anything generating the event should be in a third place, right? The game manager already knows about you. Well, that might not be true. Game manager knows about character manager. But if map and let's say character manager needs to generate a map get location event, it doesn't exist, but imagine it did. It would need to know about map. But map needs to know about how to generate a apply damage. So then it needs to know about character manager so it becomes circular. We would have to put them in separate in a separate package, like events maybe. But that gets kind of messy, I think. Maybe not though. But if we did put you in there, that redeclares you, but you can just be move. Like that. This should probably still be move event. This can't exist here though because this is internal to the server. But yeah, let's take this out. Put you back. Um, back as well. We didn't change anything in here, right? Since we did a commit, I don't think. Go back to whole file. Test as well. There we go. I guess, I mean, a move command doesn't necessarily need a character. It needs a thing that is movable. But that's for later when we worry about things like that, right? Right now, it's only a character. But maybe it's okay. Um, right now, there's no circular dependency, I don't think, that exists just yet. I'm just worried that they will. Because that was kind of part of what we're trying to avoid, right? Um, the other thing we can do is we can create like a generic set of event types and then try to type assert them over. I don't know if that works though. But we could also do some checking and make it work, right? Like we can just say like, hey, you need to be a game event with an integer in you or something. But for right now, we're gonna make damage event, which will have, how do we do this again? Our in our map, move command is created. We just send the command here. So this needs, why don't we just send the whole event in? Just get handlers. Oh, I broke something else when I did this. It's going to be in events. That's fine. It's going to be in command parser. Go back this. Both of them, in fact. I believe. Just so that you'll be quiet for a second here. Handle event. Switch to the command. If it's a move command, we do this. What if handle event actually just took the event? Oops. And then this should actually be event anyway. And then it's event. Um, Can't do that. This just needs to be this can actually just be case. Well, no, because they have to do type. You have to either do this. And then we do the checking here. Actually, it would be yeah. Must be this would be that. And then this would become event as well. You're also an event. This is type. Like so. Okay. I don't know why the default should take care of it. This should be this. Same deal here. Probably do type there, but that's fine. I think it's because I have cases that don't return. So if it's applied damage, so then we have to type assert the command and everything. This should be health change event, let's call it. And it has an amount. If not okay. We could do this. Command must be for that must be health change event. Health change event also needs a character target, right? Which is a pointer to a character. Or we could just do the ID in here. Because you need to look them up anyway and make sure that they're logged in. Active characters is a list, right? Meow. Could be a map. Could change that around. Because we're going to have to do lookups in a number of cases. If we build this in a way where it takes IDs, then multiple things could be damageable. But that would break our intention to have something, only one thing handling an event type. But I don't know if that's a good intention or not, right? It might be valuable to be able to have multiple things handling an event as long as one of them does. Order of operation and detecting if an event has been handled or not becomes a problem then. Back again, welcome back. But that would allow us to pull this out of here and put it into a more generic place. If we did target ID instead, kind of like that idea. So let's pull you out. If we put you into game events, and we can still do, it wouldn't matter, actually. This is message broker, not character manager. There we go. You would be health change events. Let's do make active characters. We'll call you a character map, I guess. Because this is going to be a map of IDs to character pointers. We still lock you, that's fine. This needs to be allergies. This would need to return an error, I think. Or I guess it could just return. Like, if you're already in there, there's no harm in re-adding you. We're probably going to need to have like a timeout and stuff like that in here, right? So for now, we'll just do that. Except for these are strings. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? How broken is everything if I do this? Let's find out. Over here, that's going to break this, but that's fine. That's very easy. Because you're a BSON, for ID to object, that if we just don't allow a bad ID to exist in here, we can still string you and get you from hex, unless there is yeah, there isn't. Okay, that's fine. We'll just still string you. That'll fix that. We just don't nil check or empty check. Actually, we can still do that. If you're not empty, there, perfect. And then here we can actually do, roll this back real quick. That. That's even less of a disruption to our current behavior. And then here, ID to string UUID. That this becomes hopefully this still works. We're gonna break our test, but that's okay. Must parse. And this panics if it doesn't, right? Yeah. But because this gets stored as an ID, hopefully that's fine. We'll find out, right? Nothing is using this still. So we should be able to do that. And let's go fix our tests because we're gonna probably have them broken. Not that one. It'll be in Character Manager that we do that, I think. No? Yes, there you are. Take the hex out of that. Am I missing? Object ID. Ah. This is this, unless I'm mistaken, and we should string it, but hex is a string. Am I letting... I wonder if I was letting Mongo create these IDs, and that's why, because this all just smells a little weird. We're gonna just go with it for now, but I might be back. If these are not compatible. What else am I missing here? Right here. Loading. Let's run you. Okay. Right. I didn't. This becomes that, like so. Test listen to events. Value ID length 24. Yeah, I wasn't, I was using, okay, right. These are Mongo IDs. I didn't think they were, I was worried that they weren't compatible. And they're not. And we want to kind of isolate that into the database, right? I don't know that it'll be Mongo forever. This was just a low friction way to start. So if we were to roll this back, And keep using a string internally here. The other option would be to add an additional ID field, right? And I would kind of like to not do that right now. Character list then would not be a map of UUIDs. It'd be strings. Character would go back to using string. And then to fix you back up, which is fine. There's no reason we couldn't do this later again if we decide that we want to again, right? But there's no reason to do it just yet. It would only be a little bit different to just chuck a field in there for the UUID. That's fine. Run this again. That's going to be because we panicked. So there we go. We panicked again because why? Because this is it's nil. It's a nil map. We have to do that. And then when we create new character map, this will freak out because nothing gets cleaned up. There we go. Perfect. Let me run all the tests real quick, just to be sure we didn't break anything else along the way. We did. Character database test. It's an internal character database. Just need to roll those back. And then game manager can't use event.command. As a thingamajigger. 258. Right. That is correct, because handle event now takes just an event. Double check. Undefined game map that create move. Oops. Handle event. Game manager test. Game app.create move event. Which it still should be. Oops. Go away. Do I do that? Or... yeah. Ooh. Otherwise it'll shadow event. Yeah, let's just do... let's keep it command. A command can live inside of an event. I'm okay with that. Semantically, just for human readability. Hopefully I don't confuse myself later. We'll find out. Okay, that's good. Now we can go back to what we were doing up here. So now that this is a map, we can say if we could put we'd put a helper in here in character list. Which is actually character map. Should rename the folder, or the file rather. This takes a string, will lock you, because we're interested in this moment. Hopefully this makes sense. You need to return bool. Actually, we should do, instead of that, get active char. These shouldn't be exported. Don't think. Actually, what we can do is say if probably still want to lock. This still takes an ID string. if we did this, we could actually just return this, I think. No? Do that. I guess. We're mostly just wanting to lock. So what we can do is say target ID, which needs to be a ooh, that's I guess we can just do that. Can be UUID in other cases. Except for it won't be, because the character's ID won't be one. It's problematic. Very problematic. For now, we're going to do this. We're going to say you're a string. I think we need to change this, because everything else runs on UUIDs except for characters right now, and that seems silly. If this is okay, then we do apply damage. The amount. Otherwise, we say no active character with ID. Target ID. It's just, oops. Why aren't you? There we go. These other ones, let's see, this is a what does character need for get skill score, get attribute score, skill check? These all get, okay. And then the event type is significant here. So this is just call you a get value event. This can be UUID. we'll make you get property value event. I don't know if I love that name, but we'll go with it for now. So these guys are going to look a little very, very similar. Health, not health change. That same deal. This is skill check. That's that. That's going to be the same for skill check, for attribute, get skill. Attribute, get skill. And then here, in character, we used to do validation of this skill here. So what we need to do is say, or does it matter? Handle event, skill check, skill ID. ID needs to be valid, otherwise it'll be just 0. But do we even care about that? Come to think about it, like, when we go and apply you, this might be just a holdover from the old system. Apply status effect. Effect. We do need to pull it out, because otherwise it's just an ID in the event. So that still makes sense. So this is skill by name. Valid skills. We don't need to look you up by name. We just need to know skill, okay. Because this isn't a thing that changes, it only changes when we reload. We can just do this here. I forgot to export this. Oops. If this is okay, then we also need to know, in this case, target ID. then we can my damage takes that. Ooh, this isn't going to return though. That's because these are ooh, these are async. Apply damage isn't. Apply damage is fine. We should still be able to handle that. Except for, okay, yeah, so that doesn't make sense. This can't return things because these events, um, they just get queued. You don't wait on them. So actually, we don't need skill check in here. We don't need either of these things for skills and attributes in here. Those are async. They get run. You just call it on the character. And that's still fine. It's the applying effects thing. Over here, though, these don't even... This goes away for one. These aren't events. That's what it boils down to. Not right now, anyway. These are just things you call, which I might regret and might be confusing later. But for now, we're going with it. That's going to apply also for other stuff. Like, look. But I don't think that's a problem. I think that's fine. In fact, this whole idea of handling an async event might just be unneeded. We'll leave it in for now, but dubious. Apply damage is synchronous, so that's fine. This we need a status effect event. Target ID, string for now. Effect ID, that. Count is int. This will still look, these three will still look similar to one another. This is a status effect event. It's not, then return this. Except for this is that, 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 and that. That. And then check for you being active. Target ID. And then not event, effect. Do we not have valid effects? Status effects. It's an effect map. We have get status effect. Effect ID. This is okay. Then we do apply status effect, effect, oops, and then the count. This is an issue, then we return effect ID. That. This is target ID like so. Say it's not active. And you return. These are going to look pretty much the same. This is nil. You do the same thing up here. That'll get rid of that, and that'll help me to make sure that I remember to return, because it'll error if not. All of this can actually be duplicated. There might be a tidier way to do this. We'll have to think about that a little bit, but this is remove status effect. but not with account. This is decrement status effect with account. And everything should pass right now. Nothing's exercising this new code yet. That's fine and dandy. Um, just worried that I'm creating this split sort of behavior, right, where we only handle some events through the system. Otherwise, you got to have a handle on the thing and call it. It might just be equally as bad, but you can always fix it later, right? I guess there's some things where it makes sense, right? Maybe not. Maybe all the async just needs to happen in a call directly on that thing. Otherwise, we get into awaiting responses, putting things into channels. Those all have to live in there. The data structure gets bigger, which we can do if we have to, but I would like to not. We're going to run with this for now. Status. Little jerk. Fly again. He buzzed off. Now he's back. Gonna find him after this. Gonna murder him. He'll be very flat. Let's see. We changed map because we renamed. We didn't rename. Handle events. Right. We did that because we give events now. Run the event handlers on events proper. Fill in the character manager's handlers. Switch the active member list to a map for fast lookups for easier active character lookups. Okay. Faster might be a misnomer in the case of a small list, small map, but it's easier, that's for sure. theoretically at a certain point it'll become faster. Okay, so I think we'll leave our sync handler in there just where it just pipes it through, just in case we need to use it. I don't think it'll hurt anything. This is pretty good. I actually think I want map to use the same thing instead of just this. Because up here it's easier to see. What's handled and what's not. Without having to dig in here and figure out. So we'll do that. This is more like handle the vents now. Push that up. And we'll do I think we're already sort of pretty sure that having characters run off of a different UUID is going to be a bad plan, so I think we'll fix that. Both of these will run like that. That will require this. That. That. Why is the make unhappy? Map string character. Ah, right. Duh. And then yeah, okay, that's fine. Character. That. Let's tidy this up a little bit. You're all fine. It's the manager that gets broke. And the character database that gets broke. But what we're gonna do, character database character will have an internal ID. Yes, refactor anyway, please. Don't mess with strings. This will be engine ID. We made empty for writing purposes. Why did we put a stringer on you? I don't remember. but we'll just update you. I think it's for debugging, tracing, stuff like that. Okay. ID to object. We're not going to need these anymore because we convert character to internal. We don't have anything writing the state to the database right now, so that's fine. We'll just do a lookup. Character by ID. That's going to take, okay, this will take this ID, so we'll just swap this field. That's fine. And then everything else will end up using this actually as well. So ID is c.id. And then I don't need to worry about that at all. This is just c.id. And then display info, string, that's still that. And that's fine. And then here, this is engine ID now. And this is just engine ID, which is a UUID. We don't need to do this conversion anymore. We do engine ID. That. Okay. It's still broken over here. Unstow. Context and ID. This we need to do parse ID. That's not correct. That. This is then parsed ID. Get display info. We do the same thing here. We do that. That. go through this. Let's just tidy it up. We'll go through and fix these real quick. That should still be fine. This is you might create character. We validate the name. If the character ID is 0, we create that. We should really rename this to engine ID, but that's fine. New. And then this should really return an ID. Inserted ID. This isn't even that. It's that. And then here, this will be that. We do the same thing. Or clear you for the comparison that we need to do. Fake ID. This is just a new UUID. That should be good. For an ID to object, this doesn't exist anymore. This test goes away. These all do because we got rid of that conversion, which is nice. Wait, hang on. Yeah, that's all for converting ID. This guy. I have some stuff. This is the same. Easy enough. All the best. Hey, thanks. Appreciate you. Let's see here. This needs to be UUID. This... we won't even need that because... we use that. That other, the Mongo ID is completely opaque to everybody. Don't know. Yeah, I can't run just one test. I have to fix these all first. Okay, that's fine. Internal to character. That is still that. It's nil. That should be nil. Might be misremembering some of these. You. Need to return an ID now. Nils in case of errors. Can I run UML? Okay. ID of character retrieved from DB is 0. So we created you in here. You don't have an ID, so you should have got one. In fact, that ID is 0. Readback ID should not be 0. Get character by ID. Runs off the engine ID, which is what's returned here now. We insert you, there is no errors, obviously. Did I remember to... I did omit empty. I believe you need to be underscore now, though. ID is still 0, though. Why would that be? I wonder if it doesn't know how to... encode a UUID, which would kind of suck. We would have to do... That's in there. That's going to be an error because of context. Expired. Let's rerun that in debug and we'll stop here. Feedback ID. You're a thing. Oh, that's fine. That's correct. This is a thing. I don't know if that's a 0 or not. That's not 0. Run that again. That is 0. Okay. Why is that 0? Is it because... I'm trying to remember... It'd have to be an issue with getting the character. Filter by engine ID. We decode you.
Definitely has an ID. It's not 0. It's not nil. Not the button. Um, everything else works. It's just that. Why that? Let me check. Insert one. That's empty. That's empty. That's a context deadline thing. New character created character string. Why would that be? We filter you by this, but you're still the same result. We still decode you into a character. Because this isn't exported. Idiot! Okay. That's fine. We need to do this anyway. This is engine ID. Leave my strings alone. Just the code, please. That bites me all the dang time. Fix that, please. Because marshalling and unmarshalling, decoding, all that relies on reflection. These things have to be exported in order for it to work. Always forget that. Now, that work. This, however, did not get by ID. And that's because create character turns my UUID engine ID. This needs to be that still, I think. I don't think it's going to fix this. It will. Okay. Why? Why though? ID of character retrieved from database is 0. Why didn't the other one fail? Wait, no, this is the same one. Yeah. This is correct. Okay. Let's make sure that everything else is good. It's not. Game map. Unstow character as well. Let's tidy some of this up real quick. Character manager test in here. String bit ID is an empty is an nil UUID. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the case for most of these. Wait. This. That's like so. Unstow character needs to take still a string. We need to string that because it's going to return the UUID. That's fine. That. I don't know if unstow should take a string, but it will for now. You can always fix it later. We need to. String that. Nil U. String that. 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 That takes care of them. Character test also has stuff. Should run this though, make sure. Oh, right, because this is the same package. I have to go fix this first. String. In fact, I bet. Oops. Bet you that I can do this. Place with string like that. And fix all the things. Far so good. Excellent. Okay. Character not exists. Error parsing provided ID, invalid UUID length. Right. Because fake ID. Just grab a rando. Oh. Has to be a parsable UUID. Does not need to exist. There we go. Map.go, right. We did talk about that. Down here. Can character C exit? Character entry present. That. Put a UUID in there as well. That, because everywhere that uses the character's ID should be aware of it. And then that works. Run you again. Cooldowns test. Uh, 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 uh. This would be that, that, that. That. Oh, I still got something in here. What you mad about? This. Thought we... Oh, this is a map test, dude. Gotcha. Already have this. We already have this. We already have that. What else we got? Got that. Got that. Fortunately, when I do this, I usually use the test character itself for all my comparisons, or its values for itself, so it makes it really easy to change stuff like this. We still have in tile test, because this is all in the game map package. Still have a couple things. For my mock stuff. You could use like an interface or something for this, but I really just prefer to test with the real things. I don't think I need to fold these out. I think I'll be back here, hopefully. Okay, that's all passing. Run this once more. Game Manager is missing a couple things. That's probably for logging in and creating and all that. This is why I did this in its own commit. You could almost argue that I should have done it in its own branch, but that's fine. It'll be all right. I'm the only person working on this. There you are. Character ID is create character, add character to account. Character ID. Oops. That. We don't need to do this then. New character list. Where do you come from? That. Not that. Character ID. Fix my capitalization there. This. Just a helper to make this into a string for convenience. Okay. Let's give that a go again. In the GM database, Game Manager database tests, we also have some stuff still. This is that. 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 Capitalize that. It'll work better. Oh, that's the add. That does not need to be string. We might switch those to UUIDs as well, but accounts are not going to be things that are everywhere, so maybe it's fine still. Game manager has something still. Who calls you? This might still be good enough to have a string come back. Client handler calls you. And because we're just handing back that ID, it's fine to have that as a string. It'll get stringified anyway. Once more. Command parser. Because we create stuff for them, I'm sure. Client handler and game manager test. And command parser. This. That. This, I think, just be these, if I'm not mistaken. Oops. Oh. No? Where do you come from? From create character, which does return a string. We just talked about that. So we put this back to this. This just becomes, instead of this, it's UUID parse. Fixed. Okay, game manager test. Get too much stuff open again already. Reduce the clutter. Okay, now we also had client handler and client handler test. Maybe just the test. Where are you? Here you are. The ID. UUID and string. Test client. Character ID. Character list 0.id. Client character. Is it this one? It is. Because the character gets bound to it. And then the character list. We unmarshal because we're asking for the character state. Okay. Or the character information, which does give us strings. And then command parser test. We should check command parser as well. Do that in a second. Didn't see any red here. So it's either my ID is slow or there isn't any. Either way, I'm happy. We'll find it. Test has this because... Nope. Run that. I didn't see red over here. Everything passes. Okay. Not. There we go. Refactor the character object to use a UUID for its internal engine ID instead of the Mongo provided ID. That was a mistake I should never have made, but that's fine. Stuff happens. That's a big commit. Okay, so we need to work on look as a thing that takes like a target. And that's going to inform some other decisions about how we handle these events. Because, for instance, a character is going to need to know about how to get who's in the room with it from the map. And that might be where we wind up with our circular import troubles, right? And that might be where we need to fire off these async events and try to come up with an idea of how we get the answer back. But that'll be a good driver for it, right? To influence how that needs to look. Let me do this. We'll get you open. Get this. Actually, that was where I wanted to be. Shouldn't have closed that. That's okay. Character manager. We also need the game manager. And we'll do actually character open as well. And it's going to go in the handle events. Care manager, though. We'll just put it here. How do we handle a look event coming from a character going to another? Need to know if we are in the same room, etc. And this may well be a good place to add a state too for like hiding stuff like that. And we actually might be able to make this work. I'm pretty sure we need to have part of the move action is to set the character's location over in map. So this might not be as terrible as we think. If when you fire the event, you're in the same room, then we just directly hand you the look event. Maybe. I hope. Can we directly hand a look event to the target if character becomes aware of its location which we kind of need to do anyway, because we need to write that state to the database eventually when we do that. Right now, there's no state that gets saved for the character, but eventually they need to have a place to start, like where they logged off. We could maybe add a state for hidden that would intercept the look event and impose a skill check to see if we can see them. Also need to figure out what looks like. When we are looking at the room and there are people in it, which also imposes these sort of things, right? So hopefully it doesn't become a disaster, but we'll find out. But I have been going for longer than normal by 20 minutes, which is perfectly fine. But that does mean that it's time for me to go do something else for a while, like eat lunch, a late one. If you like this kind of thing, then you should show up here tomorrow at about 4 hours earlier than right now. And wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing this some more. And I'd love to see you again. Thank you to everybody who came to hang out on that kind of a lazy Sunday. And if I don't see you again, have a great weekend or a great week. Weekend's almost over. And